shoot. I'll have my glasses on. Maybe I can get by without it. I didn't put. Oh, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Here we go. Cow sales on here. Going to be 110. 110, 12, 50, 10, 12 of the van, going to be 10 and 12 of the van, going to be 110, 12 of the van, going to be 110, 12 of the van, 112 of the van, 15, 17 and a half, 17, 20, and 120 and 2 and a half, going to be 20 and 2 and a half, going to be 22, 50, and 21, and 21 here, another one here, going to be 21, 21, 21 here, going to be $21 here, $21 now, one here, cabinets, 120. Straight. $120 and $122 and a half and 2 and a half and 25, 27 and 27 and 25, 26 here 7 and 27 of 8, 27 of 8, 9, going to be 9 and 30, going to be 31, 31, 2, 32, 3 down, 33, 33, 30 for 4 and 30 for 5 and 35, 6 out of 35, 6, 7 here, going to be 7 of 8, going to get 38, 37 of 8, 9, going to be 9, going to get 9, 40 and now 43, now 41 and 41, 2, 42, 41, 2, 41, 2, 2, 3 and 43, going to get 4, 45, 46 out and 46, 7 and now 7 of 8, 48, 45, going to be 9, going to get 50 and on 50 down 1 here 2 52 3 53 4 54 5 and 55 56 57 58 59 going to be 60 and 59 60 and 59 going to be 60 here 59 going to be 60 Booker 159 11. $122 and a half and 20, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, going to be 22.50 here, dollar pound, 102 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, $1.05, going to get 5, going to get 5, going to get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, yeah, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, going to be 110, 110, 12 and a half, going to be 10, 12 and a half, going to be 110, 12, 50, 15, 15, 30, 15, going to get 15, going to get 15, going to get 15, 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, 17, 50, 20, and 20, 20 there, going to be 20, 20 there, going to be 122 and a half, and 22 and a half, 5, and 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, going to get 5, and 25, going to get 5, bit of 5 here, 25, going to get 5, 25 divided cabinets 122 and a half. Biggins here, 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 37, going to be 40, going to get 2 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47, 50 pounds, you get 52 and a half, and 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 62 and a half, here, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 255, and 65, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 67 and a half here, half here, going to be 67 and a half here, Chris, 165, 20. Seven to 10 years old and 4 and 6 months bred. Charlie Beard's cows. Charlie's selling out. 7 to 10, 4 to 6 months. Is that right, guys? 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 2,100, here going to be 2,100, and 21, and 2,100 here outside one, and 21, 21 and half here two, and 22, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 22.53, and 23, 23, and 23, going to be 2,300, and 23, going to be 2,300, and 23, going to be 2,300, going to be 2,300, going to be 23, going to be 100, 2,300. Sold them 22 and a half. Chris, 16. Nine, 10-year-olds, 5 and 6 months. Nice set of cows. 2,000, 2,100, and 21. You go on 21, 2,100. Here, 1, here, 21, 2,100. Here, 1, 2, and 2,200, and 22, now 22, 2,200. Here, going to be 21, going to be 200, now 2, 3, and 23, 23 and a half, going to be 23 and a half, going to be 24, going to be 24 and a half, and 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half. You get half, and 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half. You get 4 and a half, you get 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half. Chris, 2,400, 16. Older cows are going to be 3 and 4 months bred. A little bit crippled. Should be on there, guys. 125, wham, 125, 30, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 5 here, 5 here, 5, 30, and 32 and a half, 35 and a half, 40, 145, 45, 45, 50, $55, 55, 55, 60, $60, here, 5, going to be 60, 5, going to be 60, and tone, 155. 1. That card was full. Couldn't understand it, but it was full. We'll get the chance to play that next week. Uno. White cows here. 135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, going to be 40, you get 40, and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 45 here, 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, $52 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and down 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and you get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, going to be 170, going to be 170, going to be 70, and 70, 70 there, going to be 70, you get 70, going to be 70, you get 70 here, Booker, 167 and a half, 11. Is that the man's name? 120. 122 and a half, and 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, 22 and a half, 25, 25, 25, you get 5, 750, and half, 30, we get 30, going to be 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, now 5, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, and half, 40, we get 2 and a half, going to be 40, now 2 and a half, going to be 42.50, and 40, we get 2 and a half, going to be 40, we get 2 and a half here, Booker, 140, 11. No sale next week.
January 5th.
Or the week after. Or the week after. Older cows, 9, 10 years old. They're 5 and 6 months bred, guys. Nice little cows. 1600, 16, 17, 17, good to be 17, 17, 17, 17, good to be 17, good to be 18, good to be 17, good to be 18, good to be 17, good to be 18, 19, 2001, 2150, and now 2, and 22, good to be 22, good to be 22, good to be 2, 22, 22, 22, 22, 22, good to be 200, and 2200, and 20, good to be 200, good to be 22, and 100, and 2200, good to be 20, good to be 200, good to be 2200 here, so about 2150 rab. Oh, 75 cents a pound. 75.80 and 75 go to be 80 cents a pound. 75 80 75 go to be 80 you give 80 75 go to be 85 85 85 and 100 you get 95 and 95 $90 bill go to be $1 go to be $1 go to be $1 pound go to be $5 $5 you get 5 you get 10 go to be 110 go to be 110 go to be 10 15 and 10 15 and 10 and 15 here what about 12 and a half 10 12 and a half 15 and 15 and 15 you get 15 you get 15 you get 15 you get 15 12 and a half 15 $15 $17 and a half 17 50 17 and a half 17 20 and 20 going to be 20, 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 going to be 20. So 17 and a half S. 3X. I don't have my eyes on today, fellas, so bear with me on the numbers. I can see a bit, I just can't see numbers. Huh? $1.50. 52 and a half, and 50, you get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and you get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, going to be 70, you get 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 50, 72 and a half, Booker, 170. Like that, I don't have my, I can't see like their numbers. I got 3, like, I can't see that screen back here. $1.50. 52 and a half, and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 62 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 62.55, and you get 5, 7 and a half, 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 Booker, 165. Guess if I go completely blind, I can still look near here and just, yeah. I do. 3 by 3, 2,000. 2,100 and 2,100. You go on 21, 21, 2,100. 200 and 3, 123, 3, 3, and 4, 5, and 25, 600, 25, 600, and 2,600. She's pretty good. 2,600 and 25, going to be 2,600, 25, 2,600, and 25, going to be 2,600, 25, going to be 6. Chris, 2,500, 3. Seven years, 6 months, 2,000. 2,100 and 2,100, 200 and 23, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 25, going to be 607, and 27, going to be 28, 28, 28, 29, and then I'm going to get 3,000, I'm going to get 31, and 31, 32, 32, 32, 32, 32, 3,200, and 3,200, I'm going to get 2, 35, I'm going to get 2, Chris, 3,100, 17. 152 and a half, and 2.5, you get 2.5, you get 2.5, you get 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 of 57 of 57 of 60, and 2.5, you get 2.5, you get 2.5, but 2.5, and you get 5, and you get 5, 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 you get 5 here, 5, you get 5, now 5, you get 5, 65 here, given 162, was it? Who was it? Chris 10, 162 and a half. I thought it was Gibbon. One of you two. They do. $5 and 105 here. Go to 105. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. 105. 105. I'm telling y'all guys, I don't have my eyes today. I mean, I can see not real good. 105, 110, 15, 20, 125, 30, 35, 40, 140, another 40, and 35, 40, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 40, 10, 40, 42 and a half, 5, 45, 45, and 45, and 45, 45, 45. What do you bid?
A half, whatever that is.
Now 40, 140, 140, 140. So 37 and a half, Cavaness X. Stay in between the lines. 135 and 35 and 35. You give out 35, 37 of 37 of going to be 40. You get 2.5, 45, 47 of 47 of 50 and 52 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. You get 5 and 55, 57 of 57 of 57 of 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60 and now 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half, now 5 and you get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 170, 170, 170, 102 and a half and 72, 50 and 70. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half. Here S 170 on 21. He would have wanted him. I don't think he would have wanted him. 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 60, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, and you get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 170, 170, 102 and a half, and 72, 50, and 70, you get 2 and a half, going to be 70, you get 2 and a half, Cavaness, 170 on 3. I took an Uber, Steve. 52 and a half, 52 and a half, you get 5, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 60, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, 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 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, and 2 and a half, and 70, you get 2 and a half, going to be 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 70, you get 2 and a half, going to be 70, you get 2 and a half here, Chris, 170, 20. Mm-hmm. She's worth more than that. 35 and 35, 40 and 35, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 55, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half here, Cavaness, 155. Three-year-old cow, $2. 210 and 210 20 we get 210 20 going to be 210 20 we get 210 20 going to be 210 20 and 210 20 and 210 20 going to be 20 30 we get 30 10 30 10 30 40 10 42 30 40 and 30 40 we get 40 30 we get 40 30 to bid 40 and 35 here 35 35 35 35 you get 5 35 we get 5 and 35 we get 5 here shoulder 230 Ricardo 230.
How long you staying up there?
$55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 57, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, Chris, 155, 21.
Okay. Wait. Don't open the gate.
Chris, 21. My wife's been 5 cents a pound. 5 cents a pound, 10 cents a pound, going to be 20. 20, we get 30. 30, we get 30. And 35, 35, 35, 40, we get 45, 45, 50, we get 50, 50, 60. And now 70, going to be 70, now 5, 65. And 65, 70, now 70, we get 75, 70. And 5, 70, we get 70, going to be 70, we get 70, S, 65, 1X. Yes, 65, yeah. 135 and 35, 35, 35, 37, 42, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, Doug, 45, 45, 45, 45, now 5, and 45, 45, 45, 750, and 7, 750, 50, 50, 50, 50, 150, 50, 50, 50 here, now 50, Troy out, and 50, 50, 50, now 50 here, Booker, 147 and a half.
You got a government official.
Huh?
You got a market reporter back.
55 and 55, 55, 55, 7, 62 and a hand, 2 and a hand, 7 and a hand, 7, 70, 170, 170, 170, 70, and now 72 and a half, and 70, we get 2 and a hand, going to be 70, we get 2 and a hand, going to be 70, we get 2 and a hand, 72 and a half here, Chris, 170, 10. 55 and 55, 55, 55, 7, 57, 7, 60, and now $60 here goes 60, and 60 here, 7, 60, we get 60, now 60 here, 57, 60, Booker, 57 and a half. Five years old, 5 months bred, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 21, 21, 22, we get 3, and 23, we get 4, and 4, you get 5, 600, and 6, 7, 7, 800, we get 9, 9, and 20, 900, and 2,900, 900, we get 900, Chris, 2,800 on 3. $1.52.5, and 50, to get 2.5, going to be 2.5, you get 5, and 55, John 5, 55, 7, 57, 60, now 2.5, to get 2.5, you get 5, you get 5, 7.5, 70, and now 70, to get 70, to get 70, going to be 70, bit of a 70, to get 70 here, Burker, 167.5, 11. No break. 8 tens, that's way. 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, and 57, 7, 7, 7, 60, and down 2 to get 2 to 750, and 67 and a half here, Chris, 165. Do it again. 21. Six by 5 and 6 by 7. Thank you, Douglas. Right there, 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100. 2,100. Now 1, now 2, and 22, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, 4, 5, 600, and 25, 6, 7, and 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, here, 6, 7, and 7, and 7, going to be 2,700, and now 7, and 7, 7, 800, and 27, 9, going to be 9, and 9, 2,900, and 29, going to be 9, going to be 9, 29, 3, and 3,000, 3, and 25, 3,000, 25, 3,000, could be 25, 3,000, now 3,000, now 1, and 3,100, and 3,100, 31, 3,100, sold 3,000, Mac Hall, 3,000, Mac Hall. All right there, here, $1.52 and a half, and 52 and a half, here, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, you get 5, 57, 57, about 60, and now 60 here, $1.60 now, 60, here, 160, and get 160, and get here, $1.60 here, Chris, 157 and a half, 21. Open ladies right there. You're going to be 4 of them. $1.52 and a half, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, and 52 and a half, going to be 50, we get 2 and a half, going to be 50, we get 2 and a half here, 35, and 35, 40, and 35, 45, 35, 45, 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 2 and a half, 45, 750, and 47 and 50, and half 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, both out here, guys, here, 50, and 50, 50, we get 50, we get 50, and 50 here, 50, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half here, Booker, 150. Up. 7 and 10-year-olds here, 35, and 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, mid 42 and a half, and 40, not 2 and a half, going to be 40, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, to get 5, 45, to get 5, 45, now 5, and 47, 50, and 40, to get 7 and a half, now 50, and 52 and a half, going to be 50, now 2 and a half, going to be 50, to get 2 and a half, 52, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 5, to get 5, now 5 here, cabinets, 152 and a half. 35 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 half, and 37 to van, 37 to van, 37 and a half, 37 to 40, 40 and a half, 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 42, 55, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and a half, 50, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 35, and 55, and 55, 3 and a half, 5 and a half, 53, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, now 55 here, Cavus, 153, nothing.
Rob's so pigeon-toed.
Two and 3-year-olds. $1.50. $1.55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 16, 55, 70, 75, 75, give 80, 85, 85 and 90, and 95, 95, 92, 95, 2, over here, 95, now 2, and 95, 195, 2, 195, 2, 2, 95, 2, sold 195, Chris, 3X. Dollar bid, 105, and 105, and 105 here. Go to 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 105, 105, 105, 105, 105 here. 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, 95, 95, 95 dollar. A dollar bid, go to $1, $5, go to 105, go to 105, 105, a dollar 5, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 105 here. Terry, $1.06. What do you think them cows? Some bred heifers. 6 months bred. Bred heifers, guys. 6 months bred. 1,500. 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 16 and a half here, 16 and a half, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, going to be 17, going to be 17, going to be 17, going to be 1,700, 17, 17, 17, 17, 16 and a half, 1,700 and a half, 17 and a half, 1,800, 1,800, 18, going to be 18 and a half, 18 and a half here, 1,900, and 19, going to be 19, going to get 19, going to get 19, going to get 19, going to get 1,900, and 1,900, 1,850, 19, bit of 19, bit of 19, bit of 1,900. Sold them. 1,850. Ricardo. Eight and 9 year old or 6 and 7 months, 5 to 7 months. Nice cows. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 21, 21, 22, 3, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, 6, 7, and 6, 7, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, 800, and 2750, and now 800, 800, 820, 29, and now 9, 3,000, 3,001, and 3,100, and 3,100, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, and 3,100, 1 here, Vernon, 3,000 VJ, 3,000 V and J. Might get him a bumper trailer now. From a pot to a 16-foot. Wow, look at here. What you got, Ricardo? 8 to 10 years old. They're 5 and 6 months bred. Nice head of cows, guys. One lost her ear tag. 2,000, 20, 100, and 21, and 2100, and 21, 21, 22, and 202, 102, and 23, and 23, 53, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 25, 600, and 67, and 7, 7, 7, 800, 20, 29, and 28, 9, and 2900, 89, and 2900, 28, 2900, 28, 900, and 28, 2900, 28, now 9, 28, 900 here, Chris, 2800 on 17. Eight to 10 years old, or 5 and 6 months bred. Pretty nice cows.
Watch.
5 to 6 months, is that what you said? 5 to 6 months. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, and 22, and 22, 3, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 25, 600, 25, 6, 7, and 750, and 7, 2,800, 800, and 2,800, 800, 7.5, 800, and 2,800, 800, 28, 28, 28, and 2,800, 2,800, here going to be 800 now, 8, sold them 27.5, Chris, 17. Okay. Okay.
I got two out.
Check for one that's got just her age on her side that doesn't have the pregnancy. It doesn't have the ear tag and it doesn't have an ear tag.
Yeah.
Hang on, Ricardo. Right. Superman's on his way. Superman, yep. Save the day. And who? Turtle. They're gonna go check for it. He's just not going. All right, let's go. Old cat right there, here, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 55, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, 57 and a half here, Chris, 155, 21. Hang on. There she be. Bought her 50. 52 and a half, and 50, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, and 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, Chris, 52 and a half, 21. 4-year-old, $1.50. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 60. It's 60 there, 5, going to be 60. Now 5, has 70, 70, 170, and 65, 70 there, 170, 165, 21. A little quicker, Caleb. $1.52.5, and 52.5, 52.5, 55, 57, 57, 60, and now 60 there, $1.60, we get 60 down, 60, we get 60, we get 60, we get 60, Booker, 157.5. Will we be done before 2? Wednesday is 155, 55, 55, 55, 75, 57, 57, 7, 60, and now 2.5, we get 2.5, and 5, and 750, and 67, and a half, 70, and now 70, 2.5, going to be 70, we get 2.5, going to be 70, we get 250, and 72, and a half here, sold 170, Kyle, 21. $1.52.5, 52.50, and 50, we get 2.5, going to be 50, we get 2.5, going to be 50, we get 2.5, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 9-year-old, 55, 7.5, 57, 60, and now 62.5, we get 2.5, 5, and 5 here now, 5, 65, Cal Jabed, 65, 7.5, 67.5, Cal, 165, 2-1. I'm Mark. $1.25. 125 and 45, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, now 2, 5, and 35, 35, 40, going to be 140, we get 40, 30, 45, 45, 50, $1.50, we get 45, we get 50, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 47, 50, and 40, we get 7 and 50, and now 50, we get 52 and a half, we get 50, we get 2 and a half, going to be 50, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half here, Booker, 150. $75, 75, 80, and 75, going to be 80, 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 you give 80 down, 75, give 80, and now 80, we give 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, we give 90, we give 90, going to be 85 and 90, 85, 90, 85, we give 90, going to be 85, going to be 90, we give 90, going to be 90, we give 90, going to be 90, here, S, 85, 9. $19.97. 30 years old. Yeah. 75 and 75, 80 and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, now 80, now 5, 85, 85, 85, 90, we get 90, go to 85 and 90, 85, 90 here, 85, go to 90, we get 90, go to 85, we get 90, go to 85, we get 90, S, 85, 1. Daughter, 105 and 105 here. Good 105. We get 5. 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 105. 105. 105. 105. 105. $1.05. Now 10. 110. 115. 120. 5. 125. 30. Now 5. 135. 40. 140 and 35. 40. We get 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 40. Doug. 135. 5X. you know it. Seeing good cattle or good livestock. Okay. Weaned 6 years. 135. 135, 40, and 35, 40, 55, 50, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 65, and to get it high, and has to get it 70, 170, 170, 67 and a half, 70, 172 and a half, 72.50, and 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half, 5, 175, 175, 5, S, 172 and a half, 2, 1. Hey, look at here. 50 cents a pound. 50 cents a pound. 60 cents a pound. 70, 80, 90, dollar. $1 a pound. 95, now $1. You sure? 95S, 9. $1. $1. $1.05 here, good to $100.05 here, good to $105, big at 5, big at 5, big at 5, big at 5, 105, 105, 110, good to be 110, 15, 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, Doug Jabit, 25, 30, and 35, 35, 35, 35, big at 5, 35, big at 5, and 35, 5, and 35, 40, and 42 and a half, big at 42 and a half, 42.50, and 40, big at 2 and a half, 42 and a half here, 40, big at 2 and a half here, Booker, 140. Rob, your Broncos win? Who'd they play? They did? Super Bowl? You going? Who'd y'all say Big Bunny's going? Oh, Bad Bunny. Bad. 2x7. 2x7, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, now 1, and 2,100, here now 2, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 25, 600, and 67, and 27, and 7, 7, 7, 7, and 26, 7, and 7, and 7, 7, 800, going to be 28, and 27, 800, and 27, going to be 2800, going to be 27, going to be 2800, done, 2,700 on number 3. Huh? 33. Gotcha. 135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 50 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, and a half, 42 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 40, you get 7 and a half, now 50, and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, now 5, you get 5, and 55, you get 5, 55, you get 5, here, Kyle, 152 and a half on number 21X, pin him with the 21s. Six-year-old. 7. 6, 7. 135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 45, 45, 45, 50, 55, and 55, 60, and now 65, and you get 5, and has to get 5, now 5 here, 5 here, Chris, 160 on 5, 15. $1. $5, and $105 here, good to 105, big at 5, 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 now 5, 105, 110, 115, 120, and 25, and 25, 30, big at 30, good to 35, 35, 35, 40, big at 40, big at 45, 45, 50, $1.50, big at 50, 45, 50, 50, 50, you get 50, and 45, big at 50, big at 50, big at 50 here, Chris, 145, 2-1. What you got? 6 to 8 years old, or 6 and 7 months bred. 5 to 7 months. Greg Brooks, guys. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 1, 2, 3, and 23, 3, 4, and 24 to hand, 24 to hand, 25, and 2,500 to here, 25, 25, 25, 25, 50, and 25 to 600, 5 going to be 2,600, and 2,600, 5 going to be 26,7, and now here going to be 28, 28, 28, 2,800, and 2,850, 850 hand, high going to be 29, 950 hand, 950, and now 3, and 3,000, now half, and 30, 50, 350 and half, 50 and a half, 1, and 3,100, 3150, and 3,100, 3150, and 3,100, going to be 3,100, 3150, and 31 and a half, 31 and a half, 31 and a half, 31 and a half. Here's hold 3,100. V&J 3,100. Here's some more. Looks like 8 to 10 years old. They're 3 and 5 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 2,100, here, now 1, and 2,100, and 2,100, here, 1,500, and 15 and a half, here, half, here, half and a half, here, going to be 16 and a half, 17, and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 1,800, 18, but with 18, go to 1,800, 18, 18 and a half, 18 and a half, here, 19, but with 19, 19, 50, and 19 and a half, now 2, and 2,000. Going to be 2,000. Going to get 2,000. Going to get 2,000. 2,000 and 2,000. Here, going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to get 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Now 2 and 2,000 and 2,000. Going to be 2,000. Prescott, you're out. 2,000 and 2,000. Going to get 2,000. Going to get 2,000. Going to get 2,000. Going to be 2,000. Going to be 2,000. Going to get 2. Sold him 1950. Chris 16X. Hi, JD.
No volume?
I have no idea. Nobody said anything. Hello. Hey, hello. Yeah, I guess. 125 and 25. You give out 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, you get 32 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 50, yeah, 37 and a half, 40, and a half, 42 and a half, going to be 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, another 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and now 60 here, 160, and 60 here, 160, you get 60 here, 160 here, so 157 and a half, Booker, 11. I don't want to go. 85, 85 out of 5 here, good to be 85 there, good to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, good to be 85, 89, good to be 85, 90, and 5, and 95 here, 95, 95, 95 dollar, and dollar here, good to be 1, dollar, good to be 1, dollar, good to be 1, dollar, dollar 5, and dollar 5, and 2.5, 5, and dollar 5 is 750, and hand here, good to be 110, good to be 110, good to be 110, but with hand, good to be 110, good to be 110, but with hand, good to be 110, but with hand, good to be 110, but with hand, good to be 110, cabinets 107.50X. 10 years old or how far bred?
5 to 8 months.
5 to 8 months. 5 to 8 months. 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 2,100 heavy bread 2,102 and 2,102 and 2,200 and 2,200 2,200 2,200 2,200 and 21 and 23 and 23 2350 and 23 and a half going to be 23 and a half going to be 23 and a half 4 and 24 24 24 24 24 going to be 24 going to be 24 going to be 24 going to be 2,400 and 24 and 2,400 going to be 24 yeah Chase 2,400 2,400 24, now half, now 5, 25 to get 5 online, 25 to get 5, 2,500 chase you out, 2,500 and 25 to get 500 and 2,500 and 2,500 sold, 24 and a half right behind you, Ricardo. Yes, sir. Yerby, 33. Yerby, 33. 9 and 10-year-olds, 6 and 7 months bred, 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 2,100 15 let's go 1,600 and 15 16 and 50 16 17 and 17 going to get 17 going to get 17 going to be 17 going to get 17 going to be 16 17 and 1,700 and 17 got a 17 and 17 7 7 7 7 18 18 17 18 1,800 18 17 give 18 18 going to be 17 going to be 18 you're out of here 17 18 17 give 18 and tone 1,700. What number? 3.
You have way too much time on your hands. You need to get a job. I think John would be perfect.
Older cows, guys, are going to be 5 to 7 months bred. Nice cows, 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 and 21 now 2 and 22 and 22 52 and a half 3 and 23 23 and a half 3 4 and 24 24 24 24 2,400 and 23 and a half going to be 2,400 going to be 2,400 and 24 24 24 24 2,400 and 2,400 going to be 24 going to be 24 going to be 24 going to be 24 did you get 4 sold them 23 and a half Chase Louthen. Twos and 3-year-olds here, $2. 210 20 and 210 20 we get 210 20 going to be 210 20 and 210 20 going to be 20 bit of 20 and 20 we get 30 going to be 30 we get 40 we get 40 we get 50 we get 50 250 60 and 250 60 and 250 60 going to be 250 we get 260 going to be 250 we get 260 here S 250 11X. Merry Christmas if I don't see you between now and then. If you're lucky. Five-year-olds, the Stevies. 135 and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 40 and 35, 40, 30, 45 and 45, it'll give 55, 55, 55, 60 and $65, 65, 70 and 5 and 75, 80, 80, give 80, 175, 85, 85, 85, 90 and 100, good to be 190, 95 and 95, 2 and 95, it'll give 2, good to be 2, good to be 2, it'll give 2, 95, $2 now 5 and 2 to 5, 10, good to be 210, it'll give 210, 205, 210 and 10, good to be 10, it'll give 10, good to be 10, it'll give 10, good to be 10, about 10 here sold 205, Chris. 3X. Older mamas. Or Stevie's. Steve Baumhoff. 125 and 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, and 27.50 and 20, going to get 7 and a half, going to be 30, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 5, 35, 37 and a half, going to be 40, going to get 40, 40, 40, half 40, and 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, another 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and now 67 and a half, going to be 60, and 7 and a half, going to be 60 to bed, 60 to bed here, 60 here, 160 here, Booker, 157 and a half, 11, 12. Thank you, Stevie. Appreciate you. You have a Merry Christmas if I don't see you between now and then. You ever
7 years old, 5 to 7 months.
still don't know if you got that closest to the pin with one arm. So I don't know if I believe it still. 6 to 7 years old, or 5 and 7 months, guys. Here's a nice set of 3 cows right there. 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100, 2,100, 2,100, and 1, 2,100, and 2, now 3, we get 4, and 24, you get 5, 6, 7, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, 828, and 9, and now 9, we get 3, and 25, we get 3,000, going to be 25, we get 3,000, going to be 25, we get 3,000, now 1, and 31, now 1, top row, you're out, 3,100, and 31, and 3,100, 1, here, you're going to be 3,100, and 3,100, 1, here, 1, 2. Now 2, chase. 3,200, chase you out. 3,200. Now 2, we get 3. 33, Terry. 33, we get 3. And 3,300. And 33, 33, we get 33, 33, Terry out. 3,300. And 33, we get 33, we get 33, we get 33, 32, 33, we get 32, we get 3, 32, we get 3. Sold him. 3,200, Chase Louthan. Should be 2 more. Open cows. $52 and a half, and 52.50, and 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 52.50, and 55, and 55, you get 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a half, 5, and 55, and 55 and a half, 55, 55, 2 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 52 and a half, and 50 and a half, 50, who bid, 50 and a half, 50, going to get 50, going to be 50 and a half, 50 here, 135, 40, 5, 50, 150, 150, 145, 50. Jonathan, you're out. 150. That's 145, 4. Here's some more guys. Older cows. 5 to 7 months. 8 to 10 years old. They're 5 and 7 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100, and 2,100, 2,100, now 1, and 2,2, and 2,3, and 2,3, going to be 2,3, going to be 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 25 here, 24, 5, and 24, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 2,500, and 24, 25, 24, 25, and 2,500, 500, and 25, and 2,500, 24, 5 here, 5 here, Chase, 2,400, Louthan. She is red and bred. 2 months. She young. 1 year and 2 months bred. $1.50. $55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 70, 55, 80, 181, 85, 85, 90, 195, 95, 95, 92, and 95, 205, and 210, 210, 210, 210, 15, and 215, 20, 25, 10, 32, 35, and 35, 5 here, 235, and 35, 40, 45, 45, 245, 50, and 255, and 55, 55, 60, and 260, 260, 260, and 55, 60, 260, 255, 11X. Here's a big old cow, $1.50. $1.52 and a half, and 52 and a half, now 5, and 55, 57, 57, 60, and now 60, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 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 7, now 70, and now 70, 70, 70, 250, and 72 and a half here, 172 and a half, 72 and a half. Anybody want to break over 170 on a cow today? Nope, sold 170, Chris, 10. 170 is it.
Should have. But he didn't. Old 30-year grudge. Exactly.
Ought to be at 105, and 105 here, good to be 105, good to get 5, 19, good to be 10, good to get 15, good to be 125, and 25, 30, good to get 30, and 30, and 25, good to get 30, 25, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, Doug, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, good to get 5, good to get 5, 35, 5 here, 35, 5 here, sold 130. Booker straight. Eight by 5, a little bit crippled. Got long toes. $1. 105, and 105, good to be 105, good to get 10, 15, and 20, good to get 5, good to get 30, good to get 5, good to get 40, good to get 5, good to get 45, 50, 155, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, and 55 here, 60, and now 60 there, 5, 65, and to get 5, and has to get 70, 170, 170, 170, Chase Rat, 75, and 75, 75, 70, sold 170, Chase Loudon. Six-year-old cow, $1.50. 52 and a half, 52 and a half here, 52 and a half, going to be 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and 57, 50, and 7 and a half, 60, and now 60 there, $1.60, we get 60 there, 160, we get 60 here, so 157 and a half, Chris 21. Just on the back screens, right? Just on the back too. These screens working?
She's right there.
How old? 3-year-old, $2. 210.20 and 210.20, we get 210.20, we get 210.20, we get 210.20 and 210.20 and 210.20, we do 20, go to be 20, go to be 20, go to be 20, go to be 20, 210.20, go to be 210.20 here, $1.50, $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, done, $1.50, 22. Did you hear my comment this morning?
Keep them separate.
Told you I don't have my eyes on today. Oh. You want her on 22, pin with the 33s?
No.
Or keep them separate? Gotcha.
$10 by 5.
I am the Uber driver. 10 by 5. 10 by $5. $5 and $105, $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, $105, $105, $105, $5, $5, $5, $110, good to be 110, good to be 110, 15, 110, 15, 110, 15, and 10 and 15, good to be 110, good to be 15, good to be 110, you get 15, good to be 110, 15, sold 110, Cavaness X. Went to go see Zootopia 2 the other day. That sloth up there reminded me of it. 7 years old, she crippled. $105 and $105 here. Good to be 105, $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, 110, 110, 105, 110, 105, 110. You 10 here, 10, 15, and 15 here, 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 20 here, 15, 20, and 20, 20 there, and 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, sold 115 S1. Working.
Are they supposed to? Oh, they're not supposed to be together.
7 by 7, 2,000, and 2,100, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, we get 2, we get 3, we get 3, and 23, we get 4, and 24, we get 5, and 25, and 2,500, here, 500, here, 4, 5, and 25, 6, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7 of 800, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, 27 of 8, yeah, Chase, 2,800, and 27, going to be 28, now 9, and now 9, yeah, 9, and 2,900, and 2,900, here, going to be 9, going to be 20, hey, we get 900, going to be 9 here, 9, 3, 25, we get 3, how much Coy? Now 3, now 1, 31, 31. She's pretty good. 3,100. Sold 3,000. Chase Loudon. 4 and open. $1.50. $1.55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60. It's 60 there, 60, going to be 65, and now 70, 5, 80, 85, 85, 85, 55, now 90, hit 90, and 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, done. 185 on number 22. Florida said it wasn't near as good as the first one. I don't remember the first one, but it is good. I enjoyed it. Hey, come on, Kyle. Come on, Kyle. Oh. The first one seemed like it got a little dark. This one wasn't. She for way. 135 and 35, you go about 35, 35, 37, 35, 37, 37, 37, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 47, 47, 47, 50, and 40, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 47 and a half here, Chris, 145, do it again, put up a number 2-1. LIC jungle or mountains or something. Good. $52 and a half, and 52 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, going to be 52 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 52, 50, and 52 and a half, 35, 40, and 35, 40, down 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 55, and 55 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 55 there, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, Chris, 152 and a half, 2-1. The last one. Fullest one. She's going to go to 10. Threes and fours, guys. $1.50. $1.55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 70, 80, up here, 80, and 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, yacht chase, 85, 85, 85, 185, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, here, done, 180 on number 22. Heard of it.
She's out there if you want her now.
Can we get her after this?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Never heard of her. 135 and 35. You go back 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 4 and 5 years old. 37, 50, now 40, now 5, now 50, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 60. It's 60, now 5, and 5, has a 70, 170, you get 70, you got a 70 here, 165, 70, and 5, 70 here, 170, you get 70, you get 70 here, done. 165, 22.
Hold on, Bob. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take that one you have on this side. Yeah, it's
Chris 10.
I don't like watching sad movies.
this is gonna be a crisp 10.
You have the Yukon?
Not yet.
Pretty nice.
Okay.
Little Ramamas right there, here, 120, 125, 25, 27, 7, 7, 7, 30, we get 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 40, and now 40, we get 2 and a half, and 45, 47, 47, 50, we get 50, down 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 52, 55, and 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, here, Booker, 155, 12. 9, 10 years old, or 6 and 7 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 21, 2, and 3, and 23, and 23, and 24, and 24, 5, and 2,500, 5, yeah, Chase, and 2,500, 5, 4, 5, 600, and 25, 2,600, and 25, going to be 2,600, 25, 2,600, and 25, going to be 2,600, 5, going to be 26, and 25, 2,600, going to be 26. Chase, 2,500. Something with all the coffee cups. 5-year-old cows are 5 and 6 months. Here's the Tom Kershkas over there at Yukon. Should be pretty nice set of cows, guys. 2,500, 25, and 25. Yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 6, 7, and 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, now 9, 9, 3, and have 1, and 32, and 32, 33, 33, 33, 33, 33, 34, 33, 34, 33, now 4, and 33, 4, and 34, 133, 4, I'm with Caleb, 33, 4, and 33, 4, 34, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 5, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, top row, you're out, 3,500, top row, you're out, 3,500, 35, now half, 35 and a half, 600, 3,600, 3,600, 36, Chase, and 3,600, and 35 and a half, 3,600, and online, you're out, 3,600, and 3,600, 5 and a half, going to be 3,600, and 35 and a half, going to be 36, here, 35 and a half, 3,600. Sold on 35.50, Mac Hall. Nice cows, Mr. Mac. I don't like her bag. 10 by 3s, 125. 125, 30, and 25, 30, 125, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 125, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 50, and half 40, 40, 40, 140, and $142 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, here, Chase, 145, Chase. My wife? She used to read all the time. I mean, all the time. I don't ever ask her what she's reading. I probably should be a better husband than that, but what's it called? The Housemaid. We got
White cow. Yep, white cow.
where? 50. 52 and a half, and 50, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, Booker, 152 and a half, Booker. Housemaid, I don't know, she used to read a lot. $150. 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, what's her story? 155, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 63, 5, 60, 5, 60, here 5, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 70, 5, 80, 5, 85, 85, 85, 90, and now 90, 190, 90, 90, Ricardo, 185. Gripple, 135. 135, she's 7 by 2, 135, 40, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, we get 40, then 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a 5, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, 50, 50, 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, John, you're out, 150, 150, 150, 50, 50, 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, here's on 147 and a half, Booker. Mac, you leaving already? Well, we'll get you some more trailers lined up. Nice to meet you guys.
What? Bunch of them. We got a bunch of boys.
210. Yearling, 210, 20, and 210, 20, we get 210, 20, go to 210, 20, go to 20, we get 30, we get 30, we get 40, we get 40, we get 50, we get 50, 60, and 260, 70, and 270, 270, and 260, 70, we get 70, and now 70, we get 70, go to be 70, we get 70, S, 260, 11X. Seven years and 5 months, 2,000. 2,100 and 2,100, 2,100, 2,3, and 23, 4, and 4, 5, and 2,600, and 6, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, 27, 7, 7, 8, 9, and 2,900, yet online, 29, chase, now 3, and 3,000, and 29, 3,000, going to be 29, 3,000, going to be 29, 3,000, going to be 29, 3, chase, 2,900.
You just let me do my job, okay?
10-3 coming in. No. Dollar. 105 and 105 here. Go to 105. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5. 105. 105. 105. And 105. We get 5. We get 5. We get 10. Go to 110. 15. 115. 110. 115. And 15. And 15. 15. We get 15. 20. And 121. 21. 21. 21. 20. We get 20. We get 25. And 25 here. 5 here. 25. 30. And 25. 30. 125. We get 30 here. 25. We get 30. 25. We get 30. Terry. 125. 7. She looks high. Huh? Yeah, it is. That's Mr. Harris. 9 by 5. 135, little lame, 135, and 35, you give out 30, 40, and 35, 40, 135, 40, 135, you get 45, 45, 45, 45, 2.5, 45, and 45, 45, 45, 45, you get 5, 45, you get 5, 45, you get 5, Doug, 142.5, 5X. Doug, 5X. Hey, we on there, see if we got tag numbers from Fitzgerald. My dad called me this morning, I'm just now remembering. Fitzgerald, it's like they're related to the Harrisons down at Minko. Only had like 3 or 4, but it's a complete dispersal. He told me to just kind of talk them up, and I said, "Their odds, I'm not going to know." 4 and open, $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 570, 175, 75, 80, 5, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85, 5 here, 80, 5 here, so 180, Chris, 3X. I think it's Fitzgerald. Hey, Coy. Let's run the unknown. He said he had like Brad Fitzgerald. Okay, we sold 2 of them. Maybe I bet the rest are odds.
Now, please.
What do we got? There's a big old cow, 150. 152 and a half, and 50, you get 2 and a half, good with 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 55, 25, and 55, 57, 57, 60, and now 60, there, 160, you get 60, here, $1.60, and you get 160 here, Chris, 157 and a half, 10. Big old steer. $1.50. $1.50, 60, $1.60, 70, 170, 170, 170, 180, 180, 175, 75, 75, 75, 80, 85 here, good to be 85 and 90, 195, 95, 95, 95, 95, and 95 here, 195 here, 190, 95 here, S, 190, 11. Mr. Harris, I think we sold two of Brad's already. The others may be in the jackpot. Did he have 4? Dad told me he had 4. Yeah. Something following you, Boone. What's up, Lee? How are you guys? 135, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47, 47, 50, and half, 52 and a half, good with 2 and a half, you get 5, and 57, 57, 60, and half, 60 there, $1.60, and $160, $160, here's what, 157 and a half, Chris, 2-1. Boo. What do you give? Steer. $1.50. $1.50. $1.50. 30, 50, 50, 150, 155, and 55, and 55, 55, 60, and 5, 55, 70, 175, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 75 here, 75 here, 75 there, 75 here, sold 170, Chris, 9. Where are you at, Antone? Okay. You give more for bull, won't you? Short tail bull. $1.50. $1.55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 50. 50. 60. And now 60 there. 5. Going to be 60. 5. Going to be 60. Chris. 155. 10x. Wow. $2. 2-1 and 2-1 and 2-1 here, another one here, another one here, going to be 2-1 and 2-1 here, another one, have 1, not 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 200 and 2-1 and 2-1 here, going to be 190 and 191 here, 91 2, going to get 3, going to get 3, going to get 3, 94 and 94 and 94 5 and 96, 195 6, 7 and 97, 97, 98, 98, going to get 90, 99, 99, 99, 99, 99 and 95, going to be 98, 99, now 2 and 99, going to get 2, now 1 and 202, going to be 2, and 3, and 3, and 203, and 2, 3, going to be 202, and 3, going to be 203. So 202, Gibbon, bull. $185, 85 there, you're going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 87, 85, 87, 85, 87, 85, 87 and a half, 87, 50, 87 and a half, 87, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 75, and 75, and 77, and now 80 there, you're going to be 80 now, 82, you give 80 now, 82, 82, 81, 81, 82, 81, 82, 81, 82, cab bull, 181. 65. As a good five. As a good 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 as a good. Now 5. 67 and a half. And 7 and a half. 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 7 and 70. And now 70. 72. 50. And 72 and a half. 72 and a half. 5. And 75. 75. 73. 5 here. 75. 77. 75. 77. 75. Now 7 and 9. And 77. 9. And 77. Good to be 9. 77 now. 9. Good to be 9. Now sold 177. Gibbon Bull. $75. Yes, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 750, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, and 83, 80, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 87, 87, 87, $8, 87, 80, $88, and now 9, 85, 89, 90 here, 190, 90, 190, and 90, 93, 90, 90 here, so $1.89, Cavernous Bull.
Looks like 91.7 is the only thing I had sold.
Okay. Just got one left.
135 and 35 40 and 35 40 we get 35 we get 40 35 45 40 we get 40 we get 40 35 45 45 55 55 55 60 and 55 57 57 and a half 7 and a half 60 now 2 and a half and 2 and a half has a good 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 70 and now 70 we get 2 and a half going to be 70 we get 2 and a half 72 55 and 75 and 75 here 75 75 75 75 75 75 here so 172 50 Doug 6.
We got one more for Brad, Mr. Harris. Red Bull gives you wings.
85, 85 on the top here, good to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 87, 90, and 90, 92, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 93, 93, 91, 93, 91, 93, dugout, and 91, 93, 3, and 91, 3, and 91, 3, 91, 3, here, 91, 93, Gibbon Bull, 191.
Got that many cows?
Used to.
85, 85 there, good to be 85, 87, 87, 87, 90, and now 92, 92, 91, 3, 3, and 95, 95, 95, 97, 97, 97, 97, 9, and 95, 95, 95, 97, 99, and 97, good to be 9, sold 197, Doug 7.
John, did you find a wife in Vegas like I did? Oh, goodness. Did you go to Vegas? Did you find a wife?
Hold on.
Uh-oh, Antone, you getting served? You getting served? Nothing. You don't know. No. Oh, that's your daughter? Okay. I thought she might be handing you some.
Wow. $2. 2 point and 2 point and 2 point here 2 point going to be 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 2 point and 2 point here I got it boys going to be 201 2 202 Gibbon 201
Gibbon Bull.
Eight by four. 6 by 4.
White cow.
Where? $1.50. $55, and 55, 55, 55, 75, 55, 57, 57, 60, and now 62 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half here, Cavness, 160 on 5.
Pretty nice bred heifer, I think.
1 by 7, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, 21, 2, get 2, get 3, and 23, 24, 24, 24, 23, 24, 25, 25, 25, 24. You good guys are out. 6, 7, and 7, and 2700, 7, 7, 7, 2800, and 27, going to be 20, going to be 27, going to be 2800, and 2800, now 9, and 29, going to be 29, going to get 9, going to be 29, you're out, Chase, 2900, and 2900, now 3, and 3001, and 3100, here, going to be 31, 2, and 2, 3, and 33, 3, and 33, 33, 33, 33, yeah, Chase, and 33, 3, and 32, 3, and 33, 33, 33, 33, 32, 3, 32, 3, so 3,200, Chris, 11. What your guys right there, here, 7580, 75, 75, 75, 75, could be 85, 85, and 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 85, 90, 95, and 95 here, dollar, and dollar, could be 105, could be 5, could be 5, could be 10, could be 110, 15, could be 110, could be 15, and 10 and 15 here, 1, 10, could be 15 here, Cadmus, 110 on X.
Huh? How old is she? I might need to borrow it. 14.
He's coming. 2, 3 more years, get ready.
No, it's
You're gonna have that. I mean, heck. Sorry.
125, you 25, and 25, 25, she's a 7-year-old, she's 5 months bred, she kind of holds her head up in the air.
Maybe broken teeth or something.
Maybe a broken tooth. 7X by 5. Daughter. Daughter 5. And 105. It 5 and 10. Good to 110, 110, 15, 120, 125, 125, 125, 125, 125, 125, 125. This side's all out. 125, 125. Showtime. 120.
she going to Mexico with your wife? Wednesday morning.
Daughter 50. She's young. Daughter 55. And 55. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 70, 5, and 75, 75, going to be 5, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 80, 85, 85, 85, sold 180. Kyle, 2-1. One 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 50, and a half, 37, 40, and 40, to get 2 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 45, you get 5, now 45, to get 5, 750, and 47 and a half here, 47 and a half, going to be 50 and a half, 47 and a half here, Booker, 145. 52 and a half, 50, we get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, good with 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, good with 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 52, 50, 52 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, good with 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57, 60, and now 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, good with 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, good with 62 and a half here, Chris, 160, 21.
They serve tequila on that flight.
Ten by 6. 135 and 35, 35, 35. Watch your guys, a little while. 35, 40 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. 50, 55, 60. $65 and to get and to get 70, 175, 80, and now 85, 85, 85, good to be 85. Chase out, $85, $85 here, 85 here. Sold 180 and tone 1.
Everybody got a cow order.
52 and a half, 5-year-old, 8-year-old, can't see, 8-year-old right there, 55, and 55, and 10-year-old, 55, and 55, and 57, and 57, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and you get 5, now 5 here, 65 here, that's 162 and a half, 2.
Thank you. His jacket and his hands, everything all the same color. His hat, face, jacket's all the same color. Hands, everything's white. 10.
Old cow, daughter. 105 and 105, 105, 105, and 105 here, S, $1 on 1. Daughter, 105 and 105 here, 105, 110, 110, 110, 15, 20, going to be 20, and then 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 5 here, sold 120, S, 4.
Just think if you'd have brought them heifers, I think they'd have brought 5,500 or better. Is that Shaw?
152 and a half, and 52.50, and 52 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, 60, and now 60 there, and 2 and a half, and 5, and to get 5, and to get 5, 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 going to be 5, 65, and 2 and a half, how hard to get 5 here, so 162 and a half, Booker. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, going to be 30, 25, 25, 125, and 25 here, 125 here, 25, 25, 30, 30, 25, 30 here, Booker, 125, 11, Act 12. 11s are done. $5 and 105 here. Good to be 105. Good to get 5. 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 105. 105. 10. Good to be 110. 15. 110. 115. Cabinets. 110. X. $52 and a half, and 50, 52 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and now 60, you get 60, you get 60, you get 60, Chris, 57 and a half, 2-1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tall supermodel now, huh? 5x4, 1,000. 1,000 and 1,000 here, 1,000, 1,100. You get 10, 11, 10, 11, 12, and 12 and 13, to 13, to 13, to 13, 13 to 1400 to 14, to 1,500 and 15, 16 and 1,600, 15. Going to be 1,615. Going to be 16 guys roll out of here. 17 and 17, to get 17, now 17, to get 17. Chase your out 1,700 and 17, to get 17, to get 17, to get 17. Going to be 1,700. MW 1,600. 3 years old, 5 months bred, 1,500, 15, 16, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2, 1, 2,200, 3, and 23, 33, and 22, now 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 4, and 24, 24, 25, 25, 25, you get 5 here, 25, chase shot, 2,500, at 25, 600, and 2,600, and 25, going to be 2,600, here, 25, going to be 2,600, here, 5, going to be 6. Sorter 2,500, Loudon, Chase.
It's a 2x4, little thinner.
2 years, 4 months, 1,000. 1,000 and 1,011. You get 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, 12, and 13, to get 13, to get 14, to get 15, going to be 16, 17, 18, 19, and 19, 2, and 2,000, going to be 19, 2, 1, and 21, 21, 2100, here, 2, and 2,200, 22, 22, 2,200, and 21, 2, 21, 200, here, 200, here, 2, chase, 2,100. $2. 210.20 and 210.20. You're gonna get 210.20. You're gonna get 210.20. You're gonna be 210.20 and 210.20. You're gonna be 20. You're gonna be 22, 20, 10, 30. You're gonna get 30, 10, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40 and 40, 40, 40, 245 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. You're gonna get 45. You're gonna get 45, 245 and 45 here. 5 here. Chris 240. 7X Preg. $135 and 35. You go out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, head of hand, 37 and a hand, 40 and 40 and 2 the hand, good with 2 at the hand. You get 5, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, now 5 and 45 here, 45, 45, 45, 45 here. Chris 142 and a half, 21. And tone. And tone. Five years and 5 months here, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 22, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, you're going to be 23, 3, and 3, and 4, and 24, and 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, and 23, 400, going to be 23, 400, chase, 2,300. Boo, $1.50. $1.50, 60, and 50, 60, 60, 70, 170, 180, 190, 190, 190, now 2, and 210, and 210, 20, 210, 20, and 210, 20, 210, 20, bit of a 10, 20, good to be 210, 20, 210, 20, good to be 210, 20, and tone, 210. Pretty good bull, Antone. Ugly. 3 years and 3 months. Pretty good cow. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2,100, 1, 2, and now 2, to give you 3, and 20, to give 3, and 23, to give 4, and 24, to give 5, and 2,600, and 67, and 7, and 7, and 7, 27, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 800, now 27, 2,800, and 27, going to be 28, now 9, and now 9, 9, 3, and 9, 3, and 25, 3, and 25, 3, and 25, 3,001, and 31, 2, and 3,200, and 32, going to be 2, 32, 32, 31, 2, and 32, good to 2, good to 2, 31, 32, and 31, 2, Chris, 3,100. Number 3, 3,100. Old cow, daughter, 5, 105, and 105 here, 105, 105, 105, and 105 pound, good to be 110, good to be 110, good to be 10, good to be 10, 15, and 15, 15, 20, and 20, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, good to be 120 here, Terry, 115 on 6.
Hey,
8 years and 7 months, 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 22, and 22, 23, and 23, 23, 24, 24, 24, 25, 25, 25, 600, 27, and 27, going to be 28, 27, going to be 28, 27, going to be 28, chase you out, 2,800, 2,800, now 9, 25, to 3. 25 to 3,000, and now 1, and 3,100, 2, and 31, 2, yet again, chase 32, and 32, going to be 32, to get 32, to get 32, 31, 32, and 3,200, going to be 31, 3,200 here, Chris, 3,100, 17. Wait, this big old red cow right there, here, 155, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, about 60, and 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and 5, and 5, and now 5 here, 5 here, Chris, 162 and a half, 10. She's crippled, daughter 5, and 105 here, good to 105, to get 5, to get 5, to get 10, good to be 10, to get 15, 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, to get 30, now 30, to get 30, and now 25, 30, 25, good to be 32, 7 and a half, 30, and now 30, to get 32 and a half, good to be 30, to get 2 and a half, good to be 30, to get 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, sold 135, Doug 6, 5X. $135, and 35, you get about 37 and 37 and could be 40, you get 2 and a half, could be 2 and a half, you get 45, 45, 47 and 47 and 50, and 50, 50, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, could be 2 and a half, 55, and 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, it's 60 there, 160, 160, 160, 160, here, Cabinet, 157.50. Is this heater on? It is. On? It is? Yeah, I wondered. I don't feel it. $135, and 35, you get about 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 35, 37, 35, you get 5, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 50 here, Cabinets, 135. I don't think I can eat very much and then try to do this job.
We can take a break.
Nah. $105 and 105 here. Good to 105. Good to 5. Good to 5. Good to 5. Good to 5. 5 here. 105. Good to 5. 105. 10 and 110. Good to be 110. Good to be 110. 15. 110. 15 and 15 here. 110. 15 here. 110. 1. $135 and 35. You get 35, 35, 37, 37, good to be 40, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, 47 and a half, 50, 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, half here, Booker, 155. $165 and $65 has $7 and $7 and $7 and $7 and $7 and $65 and $65 has $7 and $7 and $7 and $70 and now 70 70 here. Doug 57 and a half on, or 67 and a half on number. Was it 57 and a half? 67 and a half. 6. My bad. I was thinking about something. Got distracted. Daughter, 105 and 105 here. Good 105, 5, 5, 5, 105, 105, 105, 105, and 105 and 105, 105, 105. Did you do it? 105 and 105, 10. Good to be 110, good to be 10, good to be 110, good to be 10, and 110, good to be 110, good to be 10, good to be 110, 15 and 10 and 15 here. 110 and 15, good to get 15, good to get 15. Sold 110 Cavex. Daughter, 105 and 105 here, 105, we get 10, 15, and 20, 25, 30, we get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, we get 40, and 40, and 42 and a half, and 42 and a half, 45, 45, 47, 47, 47, 50, and half 50, we get 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 50, and half 50, and 50, 59, 50, we get 50, and half 50 here, cabinets, 147 and a half. Crippled meat tastes better? I kind of am too. Getting the flashback of last week. We probably sold 300. We probably got 400 left. Time is it 12? It is right on the nose. How about that? We'll start with. Good, 500. 135 and 35. You can 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 35, 37, 50, and 30, 57, 37, 37, 37, 37, 40, and 40, 40, then 2 and a half, 5, and 47, 47, you get 52 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and now 60 there, 160, here, 160, and you get here, 160 here, so 157 and a half, Chris, 21. 92, yep, 92 is a front number. What do you got on your deal?
46, 38, 44.
She's got the 2 numbers. She's got the back 2 numbers. She didn't have the front 2 numbers. Okay, how's that? Ugh. 135 and 35. You give out 37 to 37 to 37 to 37 to 40. You get 40 to the high. Good to be 2 and a half. You give 5 47 to high 50 and half 50. You get 50. You get 52 to high. Good to be 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 5 and 55 55 55 55 55 7 to 57 to 60 and half 60 there. 160 and 7 to half 60 and 160 here. Chris 157 and a half 21. Mr. Harris, believe they're all sold out. Think so. Thank you. 5-year-old cows here, $1.50. $1.55 and 55. You get 55, 57, 55, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 to 60 and half 60. You get 62 and a half. Good to be 2 and a half. 5. Now 5 and $5 here. 5. Chris 162 and a half. 8x, 3x. You know what's Down scales 55 and 55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 50, now 2 and a half and 50, you get 2 and a half, good with 2 and a half, you get 52 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 to 60 and half 60 and 60 there, 160, 160 here, 160 and 60 there, 60 here, Booker 157 and a half. Thank you, guy. Four and 5-year-olds, $1.50. 55 and 55, 55, 7, 57, 60 and 60 here. 2 and a half, you get 2 and 5 and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 70, you get 70 and 70 there, 70, you get 70, you get 70, you get 70 here. Chris 67 and a half, 10. To 10-year-old here, 50. 52 and a half, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, good with 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 52, 50, and 50, you get 2 and a half, good with 2 and a half, here sold 150, Chris, 21. There to Yukon? Yeah. We go there every few months, pretty much. Yeah, I haven't been yet. Was it packed?
You all out?
Yeah, it's good. You like, there's a little rice, like noodles. There's a little noodle thing, like an appetizer thing. It's really good. I could just eat that. Gripple bowl, $1.50. Dollar 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 55, 70, 75, and 75, 2.5, 75 here, 75, 5, and 77 and a half, 80, and now 83, 250, 81 here, 81, 81, 81, 81 here, 81 here, given Bullx, 180. You ain't gonna find much sushi in Union City.
Did you go shopping at Union City? That's probably the best place to go shop.
$1.50. 155, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 5, 70, 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 70, 2 and a half, Doug, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75 here, S, 72 and a half, 11. Have you been to the Dairy Boy yet? Dairy Mart? I don't know. I can't see. Surely it wasn't.
Ask Cowboy. Ask Matt.
Matt, who just walked in? It was?
I think it was.
Did he really? $1.55, and 55, and 55, 57, 57, 7, 60, and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, now 7, 70, and now 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half, going to be 72 and a half here, Doug, 170 on 6. Doug 6, yeah.
That weekend we went to Madison Park, I seen him. Sitting there at the bar.
65, and 65, and 65, 7 and a half, 70, 172 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 80, 83, 80, 80 here, you're going to be 180, and now 83, 80, 250, 82 and a half here, what about the 1, 81 here, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81 here, Doug, 180 on 7. $135, and 35, about 35, 40, and 40, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 50, and 5, and 55, 60, 5, has it get a 70, 75, 75, 80, 85, 90, 5, and 95, 2, good to 205, good to 210, 215, 20, and 225, 225, 225, and 225, 225, here, S, 220, 11. $175, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 80, and now 82 and a half here, 81 here, 81, 81, 81 here, 81, going to be 81, $81 here, given bull, 180. $155, and 55, and 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, 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 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, and now 70, you get 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 750, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, here's on 175, Doug, 6. Kind of a tweener. 6.5. 6.7, bull. 135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 45 and 45, 50, 50, 50, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60. It's 60 here. 5 and zig it 5 and 2 and a half and 2 and a half 2 and 5 and zig it 5 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 7 and a half and 7 and a half 7 and a half 70 170 2 and a half and 70 2 and a half going to be 72 and a half 5 and 75 75 75 75 75 75 and 70 and a half 5 here. So 172 50 cab Bulex. A lot of bulls. 75 and 75 70 50 and 77 and a half 77 and a half 70 50 and a half 77 and a half and 80 82 and a half here 85 here 87 and a half 90 and 92 and a half 92 and a half 91 and 91 91 and Robbie out 91 here 91 91 91 91 91 Cabinets Bull 190. Does Colt not look like shade tree from a distance wearing that cap like that? I mean, of course, my eyesight. $65. Has a good about, 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 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 750, and 67.5. Has a good about, 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 45, and 45, 47, 47, 52 and a half, good about 2 and a half, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, 57, 57, 60, and now 60 there, 60, and 61, 61, 61, 61, 60 here, 60 here, cabinets, 157 and a half, boot. You turn in the auction application? Good. I had to ask who you were. 165, has a good about, has a good about, has a good about, 7.5, 7.5, 70, 172 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 75, 70, 50, and 77 and a half, 80, 81 here, 82, 83, 84, 5, 85 here, 6 here, 87, 87, $8, and 9, 89, 89, 89 here, 89, 89 here, 90, and 90 here, 190, 90, 190, 190, 190 here, 190 here, so $1.89, Cav Bull. $1. $5 and $105 here. Good 105, 105, outside 10, 15, 110, 15, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 30, 30, 125, 30, 125, Doug, you're at 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, good to be 30, 30 here, sold 125 Cav Bulex. For what? 65. Has a good about, has a good about, 7.5, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 750, and 77, 80, 82 and a half here, 82, 50, 82 and a half here, 82 and a half, 5, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85 here, sort of 182, 50, cabinets bull. Bull sale day. Mm-hmm. 65. Has a good about, has a good about, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 70, 70, 2 and a half, and 75, 75, 75, 750, and 77 and a half here, 77 and a half, 77, Troy Jabez, 70, 80, 83, 82, 81, 82, 82, 83, 83 here, 83, sold 182, Doug 7. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 30, 30, 40, 50, 55, going to be 60, and 55, 60, 55, going to be 60, 55, going to be 60. Here, Doug, 155, 6X. Chris, 10X. Pretty good run. Pretty good run. $65. Has a good about, 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 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 70, and 2.5, and 72 and a half, 75, 50, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 80, and now 81, 81, 2, 81, 82, 81, 82, sold 181, Doug 7. $35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, and 40, and 40, you get 2 and a hand, you get 5, 45, 47, 47, 50, and 50, you get 50, you get 50, you get 50, you get 50, and 50, and 50, 53, you get 50, 50, you get 50, you get 50, you get 50 here, Chris, 147 and a half, 21. Quinn, I bought an 18-pack yesterday. He drank 3 beers, and Quinn shows up at 10:30. Come on, we got to do some sorting. Dollar, 105, and 105 here. Good 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 105, 105, 105, 85, 85, 90, 85, 90 here. 85, 90 here. 95, and 95, 95 dollar. Here, dollar pound. Good 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 105 here now. 2.5, 5, 105, 107.50, and 7.5. Good 7.5 here. So 105. Terry, 6. Get more bought when you leave, Terry.
You got lots of people looking out for him.
All cripple got dollar. 105 and 105 here. 105, 19, good to be 110, good to get 15, good to be 20, good to get 5, good to be 30, good to get 5, good to get 40, good to get 40, 35, 40, and 35, 40, and 35 and 40 now. 35 and 40, good to get 40, good to get 40, good to get 40 here. Here you sold 135. Doug, 5X. How do we go from 89s to 86s? I can't even have a clue. I don't even know the color of their tags.
Yeah, like 7. You have 7.
That is too. Yep, 89.68.
They got something hung up or what?
There he is. 35 and 35. You go about 35, 35, 37, hand 37, man, 37, 40, and 40. You get 2 and a hand. You go to 2 and a hand. You get 5, 45, 45, 45, 45, 47 and a hand, 7 and a hand, 7 and a hand, 750, and 7 and a hand, 45, 47 and a hand, 47 and a hand, 50, and half 50. You get 52 and a hand. You go to 2 and a hand. You get 2 and a hand. You get 5 and 55, 57 and a hand, 7 and a hand, 7 and a hand, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half. Here, Booker, 155, 12.
Important man.
35 and 35. You go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. Do what? Okay, I'm sorry.
10 by 5, 9 by 4.
9, 10 years old.
Carry on.
They were 4 and 5 months. 4 and 5 months bred. 35. 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, and 35, you get 42 and a half, good bit 40, you get 2 and a half, 42 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and 2 and a half, good bit 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 52, 50, and 50, you get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, good bit 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half here, Chase, 150, Loudon. Buck and Bull, dollar. 110 and 110 here, 110, 110 here, 110 here, 110 here, going to be 110, 120 and 20, 30, we get 30, we get 30, 125, 30 and 25, we get 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, we get 40, we get 45 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, you get 5 and 45 here, 5 here, so 140 S 9. 65. As a good 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 as 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 70 and 70 we get 2 and a half 72 and a half 72 50 and 71 3 and 73 75 75 73 75 77 77 99 and 77 we get 9 77 99 and 77 good 9 Todd we get 9 good 9 we get 9 here Chris 177 10x. We caught up with the vet. Sorters are sorting. Rapido. 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 You know any Spanish? You work for all them Spaniards. Four years and 5 months, 1,500. 15 and a half, and 15 and a half, bless you, 15 and a half, 16, 1,600 and a half, half here, 17, 1750, and 17 and a half, 1,800, 18, 19, 2, and 2,000, here, 19, 2, 1, and 2,100, 21, 21, 2, 3, and 23, 4, 5, and 25, and 2,500, 5, 600, and 2,600, 5, 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, yacht chase, 2,700, and 2,700, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, here, 2,700, Soder, 2,600, Yost. 9 years and 5 months, I'm aware, 150. 152 and a half, and 5, and 55, 57, and 60, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, and you get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 170, now 2 and a half, and 70, you get 2 and a half, going to be 70, you get 2 and a half here, so 170, Chris, 17, 17.
That's a new one, ain't it?
No, that's me. That's me. I didn't like her. Nine by three. 135 and 40 and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 45, 45, 45, 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 47, and 47, and 47, and 47, and 50 and 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, now 5, now 60, now 5, 165, 70, 175, 180, 85, 185, 90, 190, 185, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90. Sold 185 MW. 135, and 35, you go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37, 50, and 37 and a half, 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 2 and a half, go 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, go to 50, we get 50, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 55, now 5, 155, 160, now 5, 165, sold her, 160, Chris, 21. Seven years and 5 months, 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100, 152, and 23, and 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 7, 8, and 28, 107, now 8, 27, 8, 9, and now 9, going to be 2,900, going to be 20, 9, and 2,900, 900, 900. 900. Chase, 2,800. $135 and 35. You go 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 7, 37, 37, 37, 50, 40, 40, 40, and 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 42 and a half, good 2 and a half, 250, and 42 and a half here, 40, and 2 and a half here, cabinets 140. At our house, when it gets too cold, we can't do the washing machine because something to do with the water lines. 65, has a good 5, 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 7 has 7 has 7 has 7 has 750, and 7 has 7 has 7 has 7 has 70, and now 70, 70, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, going to be 77 and a half here, so 175, Doug 7. Want the dishes to be clean, you better let her do it, not me. Backwards. 152 and a half, and 52 and a half, and 52 and a half, good 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, good 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 250, and 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60. It's 62 and a half, 52 and a half, good 2 and a half, 250, and 62 and a half here, good 2 and a half, 52 and a half, good 2 and a half here, so 160, Chris, 21. I'm here at 35. Yeah, 35. Both go. 35, 35, 37, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 50, and 30, 57, good with 30, 57, good with 30, 57, and 25, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, good with 32 and a half, 32, 50, and 30, 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37, 37, 37 and a half here, so 135, Booker. And Tone. Sure?
No.
Who the hell is Laura Velasco? Are y'all married to the same lady?
No, no.
10 years old, they're 5 to 7 months bred. 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 and 21 now one and 2,100 and 2,100 21 3 and 23 and 4 now 5 and 25 and 25 and 2,500 5 600 and 25 going to be 2,600 25 600 and 25 going to be 2,600. Yep, Matt 25 26 25 going to be 6. Chase 2,500. Same one. White cows here, $100, 105, and $105 here. Good 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 105, 105, 105, 105, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, 95, $95, $105, 105, and 10, good to be 110, good to be 110, good to be 115, and 10 to 15 here, 110, 15 here, Doug, 110, 5X. No, 110. $125, 25, and 25, 25, 27, 27.50, and 27, and 30, now 30, now 30, here, 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 32.50, and 30, you get 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 32.50, and 30, you get 2 and a half, good to be 30, you get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, here, cabinets, 130. $1.52 and a half, 50, you get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 555, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, you get 57 and a half here, half here, half here, half here, so 155, Chris 22. Yep. 52 and a half, 50, you get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and 60, it's 60 there, 160, 160, 160, 160, 60, 60 here, so 157.50, Chris, 10X, just 10.
93.53, 93.49, 93.52, 93.54, 93.50.
You belong to me.
I don't think so.
All right. Doesn't he got a sale on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Commission must be cheaper here. I guess last 2 weeks in a row, last.
You don't tell the right people.
I ain't telling nobody. Baby's coming. Hey, look at here. Got a little pair. 2,000. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, and 1, 2, 3, and 23, 4, 525, and 25, and 2,500, 5, not 5, and 2,500, 5, 2,500 here, so 2,400, Prescott, Houston. $35 and $35. You go out 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 50, 37, 40, and 42 and a half, 2.5, 45, and 45, 47, 47, 47, 50, and 40, 57 and a half here, half and a half, 47 and a half here, half here, sort of 145. Chris, double loose.
Pretty sure he had the varsity bar air tag, but just running through here.
135 and 35. You go out 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 50 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 37, 50 and now 40 and 40, 40, 40, 42 and a half, go to 2 and a half. You go out 45, 47 and a half, 47, 47, 50 and now 47 and a half, 47 and a half here, 40 and 7 and a half here. Booker 145, 12. $50. 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60 and 5 and 75, 70, 75, 75, 75, give 80, 80, 90, 95 and 95 here, 95 there, $95. A dollar behind here, 105, 85, 85, 105, 105, 110, 105, 110, 15 and 15, 20, 120, 120, 120, 120, going to be 20 here, so 115, Terry 5, Terry 5, give $1 on her. 105, 105, and 105 here. Good to be 105, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, now 5 here. Good to be 105, and 105, 10. Good to be 110, mid 10, 15, 20, and 20, 21, 21, 21, 21, 20, now 5, 125, 130, now 5, 140, 145, 145, 140. She's a 4x3. You guys didn't tell me that. $1.50, $1.60, $1.70, $1.70, $1.80, $1.80. Sold 170 Chase. $1.50. 155 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 60. It's 62 and a half, 52 and a half, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, and 70, 70, 170, 70, 250, and 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75 there, here, sold 172 and a half, Cav Boo. Who we got left, Rob? 135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40. You get 40, you get 5, you get 50, you get 50, you get 55 and 55, 55, 55, 60 and 60. Here 5 and you get 5, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 2 and a half. Now 5 and you get 5, 7 and a half, 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 67, 50 and 67 and a half. Here, half here, sold 165. Calf bull. Rob, did you see Brad today? Who? He's been very quiet. Too cold. She's got a little eye on my side, not horrible. Daughter 5 and 105 here. Good to 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 105, 105 here. 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, 85, daughter now 5, 105, 10 and 100, daughter 10, 110, good to be 110, good to be 110, good to be 110, good to be 110, and daughter 10 here, 110 here, so 105. Doug, 5X. Four no pun. Give a dollar. $100, 10 and 110, 20. Good to be 20, 30, 30, 40. Good to be 140, 40, 40, now 40 and 30, 40, 40, 40, 40, now 30, now 40 and 30, 40, now 40, 40, 40, now 30, 40, 40, now 40 here. So 130. Do it again. 3X. Thank you. 3. Chris, 3X. That Manny? What is she? 6 before 2000. 2000, 2100, and 2100, 2100, 2100, here, 2100, and 21, and 2100, now 2, and 23, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 25, 6, 7, and 27, and 7, and 7, and 7 of 800, and 28, now 9, now 3000, now 1, and 3100, here, yeah, Chase, 3100, and 3100, here, sold her 3000, Chris 3. 4 years, 5 months. 4 by 5, 2021, and 2100, 21, 200, and 22, and 22, now 3, and 23, and 23, 4, and 24, now 5, and 25, and 2500, 600, and 2600, 5, going to be 2600, Chase, and 2600, and 2600, 26, now 7, and 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, now 8, and 2800, 800, going to be 28, Chase, out 2800, 28, now 9, 2900, now 9, and 2900, here, 900, here, Chase, 2800. Bad eye, dollar, real bad. 50, 60, 70, 75, 75, 75, 75 cents a pound. Troy bidding. Sold 70, Doug, 5X. Oh, my heavens. 9 years and she's 5 months. She's got a little watery eye. Dollar. Daughter 5 and 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 105, 110, 105, 110, 105, 110, and 10, 15, and 15, 15, 110. She's a 9 by 5 with a watery eye. 110, 115, 20, 120, Troy, 125, 30, 130, 5, 135, sold 130, MW. Old cow, 75 cents a pound. 75 give 80, and 75 give 80, 85 here, 85 to get 90, 95, 95, 95 dollar, a dollar here, dollar 5 here, 105, 10, going to be 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, 15, and 15, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20 here, going to be 120, and 20 here, 20, 20 here, going to be 120 here, so at 115 S3X.
Eight by six.
8 years, 6 months. 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100. She got bad left rear. She does, doesn't she? Dollar. 105, and now going to be 110, going to get 15, going to be 20, going to get 5, going to be 30, going to get 30, going to be 30, going to get 25, going to get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35 here, 35, going to get 35, going to get 35 here, Booker, 130, Booker on number nothing. Manny, is that you? What are you doing? Do you sell some? Keep the nails out of the parking lot. I know I passed there the other day. There was nobody around there. Huh? It's full. Full of tires? Well, yeah, exactly.
$7 by 5.
7 years and 5 months, 2,000. 2,100, and 2,100, 21, top one, how two, we get 2, 3, and 23, we get 4, and 24, now 5, 25, going to be 600, 27, and 27, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 800, and 27, going to be 2,800, 27, going to be 28, now 7, now 8, and 2,800, 8, Chase, 2,700. Where 35 and 35, you go about 35, 37, 37, 37, 50, and now 40, we get 40, we get 2.5, 42.5, 45, 45, 47.5, 47, 50, now 50, and 52.5, we get 2.5, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57.5, 57.5, 60, and now 2.5, we get 2.5, 5, and 70, 175, and 75 here, 75 here, 75, 75, 80, 80 here, 5, 85 here, 85 here, 85 here, so 180, Chris, 3X. Two and a pun, 210. 210, 20, and 210, 20, we get 210, 20, we get 210, 20, go to 210, 20, and 220, 30, and now 30, 40, 240, 50, 250, 250, 250, 60, and 250, 60, and 250, we get 260, we get 250, we get 260, yes, 250, 11X. Dollar rate 110, 110, 20, and 110, 15, 20, 25, 25, 25, 30, we get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35 here, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here, Booker, 130, 12. Thank you.
10 by 6. Dinner cow.
10 years and 6 months. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 8 by 6, 8-year-old, 6 months, 2,100, and 2,100, 2,100, and 2,100, here, 2,100, and 2,100 here, 1,500, and 15 and a half here, half here, going to be 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 2, and 2,000 here, going to be 19, Prescott Trout, 2,001, and 2,100, 2,100, so 2,000, Prescott. 135, and 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half here, now 40, and 40, 40, 40, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 47 and a half here, 47 and a half here, Booker, 145, 12.
Put her in the odds.
One 35, and 35 and a half, 40, and 2 and a half, 45, 47, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, Jonathan, you got 55, 7 and a half, and 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, 57 and a half here, Booker, 155. 62 and a half, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, bit of that, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, and now 70, you get 70, you get 70, you get 70 here, Booker, 67 and a half. 62 and a half, and 2 and a half here, 2 and a half, now 5, 65, and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half here, so 165, Booker. Three and open, $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, now 70, 180, 81, 81, 80, 90, 190, 190, if you get 210, here, 210, 20, and 210, 20, if you get 210, 20, and 210, 20, bit of a 210, 20, bit 210, 20, good 20, good 20 here, Chris, 210, 7X. Will you do me some research? Will you see how many cows we sold in 2025?
I would love to.
How do you do that?
Get out of here. I don't. Pairs would be the only thing.
Who?
No.
Four and open, $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 65, and 70, 175, 75, 75, give 80, and now 85 here, 85, 90, 190, 190 here, going to be 85, to get 90, 85, 90 here, 190, to get 90 here, yes, 185, 11X. Carl's, it's still cold outside. Where you been? The whole time? 10-7, 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 and 21, 22 and 22, 102, 3 and 23, 3, 4 and 24, 24, 23, 4, 23, 4, 5 here, 25, 6, 7 and 27, 7, 7, 7, out of here, 2,800 and 27, going to be 28, 27, going to be 20 out, Terry, 2,800, 2,800, 2,800, Chase, 2,700. 5 years and 5 months ago, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, and 22, and 23, and 23, 4, and 5, now 6, 7, and 7, and 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 2,700, and 27, and 27, going to be 27, going to be 27, going to be 27, and 27, and 7, and 7, 800, 27, 8, 9, now 9, now 9, did you get 9, Ben? 2,900, 2,900, Soder, 28, Chase. Do I get a raise for this, huh? Wait, cow, guys, right there, daughter bid, 105, 105, and 105 here, good to 105, 105, 10, and 105, 110, and 15, and 20, and 5, and 25, 30, 39, 5, 35, 40, good to be 40, and 5, 50, and dollar 55, and 55, 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, now 5, and 65, now 5 here, 5, 65, 70, 170, 170, 170, sold, 165, Antonio, Merry Christmas.
I'm still coming back to you. That's right.
Oh, Feliz Navidad. Isn't that happy birthday?
Here, you want to wear it, Ricardo? You want to wear it? Antonio. Throw that over.
Thank you, Jay. How much is going to cost?
$1.50.
What do I put it on?
152 and a half, and 52.50, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 9, 55, 57, 9, 57, 9, 57, 50, and 55, 7 and a half, and 57 and a half. Who bid? 155. Now 55, $1.50, 152 and a half, 52 and a half, and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half here. Sold 150. S2.
$100 an hour promotion day.
3 years and she's 4 months. 2,000. 2,100. She's pretty good rip. 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 and 23 and 4 5 and 45. Go to 6 7 and 7 800 9 and 3 1 and 32 and 32 32 32 32 3,200 and 31. Go to 231 32 31. Give 2. Chris 3 3,100. 6 years and she's 7 months. 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 21 21 21 21 2100 100 and 21 and 2,100 now 2 and 22 now 3 and 23 and 400 4 and 21 21 23 now 4 and 23 4 5 and 25 600 and 25 going to be 600 25 going to be 6 shot chase 2,600 and 26 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 8 27 8 7 8 7 8 7 8 now 9 and 29 and now 9 going to be 20 9 going to be 20 going to be 28 900 sold 2,800 Yost. All right, here, daughter. 105 and 105 here. Go to 105. 105, 110. You 10 here. 110 here. 105, 110. 15, 110, 15 and 15 here. 120 and 21 5 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here. 5 here. Sold 120. Cavernous. One 52 and a half, and 52.50, and 52 and a half, going to be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 57, 57, 60, and now 60, 160, Chris, 157 and a half, 3, just 3. Okay. 152 and a half, and 52.50, and 2 and a half, you give 55, 55, 75, 57, 60, and now 62 and a half, 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and get a 5, and has a good 5, get a 5, get a 5, get a 5, get a 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, sold 162 and a half, Chris 10. Who's that? Sitting over there. Billy? 6-year-old, $1.50. 155 and 55, 60 and 60. One second, 60. Now 5 and 5 and has a 70. 170, 170. That's 165. 2.
Promotion sold.
That's right.
They stop paying, so we start worrying.
Put your hat back on.
Yeah, seriously. Haircut.
Ain't much hair left. $1. 105 and 105, 105, 105, you get 5 here, 105, 105, 105, you get 5 here, and a 5 here, Doug, $1, 5X. Good luck, Jade.
Ross, coming for you.
Good job, Jay.
9 years and 5 months, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 2100, here, now 2, and 22, Chase, and 22, 22, 22, 22, and now 3, and 22, 22, 300, and 22, 22, Chase, 2,200.
Yeah, good cow.
3 years, 6 months, 2,000, and 2, and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 2, and 22, 22, now 3, 23, we get 4, now 5, now 6, now 7, now 8, now 9, now 3, and 1, and 3,100, and 31, and 3,100, 1, and 3,100, 100, 100, sold 3,000, Chris 17. Oh.
Open up mine.
Oh. Yeah. $1.55 and 55 and 55, 55, 57, 56, 60 and 62 and a half, 52 and a 65, 7, 750, now 70, 170, 172 and a half, 5, 175, 175 and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, good to be 70, sold 172 and a half, Gibbon.
Right there. 21,135. Got that.
Hey, butcher cow.
What?
Rob broke it.
What?
He broke the internet. Yep. $1.50. 152 and a half, and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, you get 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57.50, 57 and a half here, 57 and a half here, 57 and a half here, 155, 2. 21,135. That don't seem like very many.
47 weeks.
Divide that by 47.
Whoa! Open up mine.
$1.55 and 51 and 51 and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 75, 57, about 60 and 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, 70, 170, 570, 170, 70, good to be 70, 70, Chris, 165, 15.
450 head a week.
I hope it's not one of mine. Shoot. Maybe 8, 7 months if you use one of them.
Seems like a lot more than that. Seems like I sold that many last week. Dollar. 105 and 105 here. Good to 105. It get 5. 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 105 outside 510. Good to be 110. 15. 115. 10. 15 here. 110. 15 here. Here. So 110 Cavex. 110 Cavex.
450 a week. That seems about right.
Dollar. 105 and 105 here. Good to 105. It get 5. 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 105 and 105 here. Good to 105. It get 5. 105. 10. Good to 110. Bit of a 10. 15. 115. 20 and 25 and 25. 30. It get 30. 5. 35. 35. 40. 40. It get 40. 35. It get 40. So 135. Cavernous. George. 75. 75, 80, and 75, good to be 80 cents a pound, 75, good to be 85, 85, 85, 90, 90, 90, 85, 90, 95, 95, $90, $8 bill, good to be 105 here, good to be 105, 10, good to be 110, good to be 110, good to be 10, good to be 10, good to be 10, good to be 110, good to be 110, sold 105, S1. One 35 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40 and 35, 45, 35, 40. We get 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 45 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 2.5 and 42 and a half, 5 and 45, 45, 45, 45. We get 5, 45 here, sort of 142, 50. Booker 12. $50. 55 and 55, 55, 65, 75, 75, 75, 75, 85, 85, 85, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, $95 and $5 and $105 here. Good 105, it get 5, 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 105 here, $1 end tone. What number? Smooth. That Nick Duncan up there? No. It's not? 50. 55, and 55, you give out 60, you give 5, now 70, now 5, go to be 80, you give 5, go to be 90, you give 5, go to be 100, now 5, go to be 10, now 15, and 20, and 25, and 30, and 35, 35, 35, 40, you give 40, 140, 35, 40, you give 40, 35, 40, 40, 40, sold 135 Cavex. That's the way you sell one right there, son. Pretty good little Angus heifer calf, 500 by the head. 550 and 550 and 555, 80, 600 and 6.5 here with 700 and 750 and 750 and a half, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 750 and 750 and a half here, 7.5, 7 and going to be 750. Yes, 7.5 here, 7.5 here, half here, half here. Holder 700. Terry 7X. Seven double zero. Yeah. I do this pretty honestly. $300. 350 and 3.5, to get 3.5, 400, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 500, 555, 55, 55, 50, 600 and 600 and 600, 5 600, 5 600 and 5 600, 5 6 order 550 same way. Terry 7X.
That's a pretty good calf at her side. 3,000. 32.50 and 30 even get 250 and 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 32.50 and 30 even get 2 and a half, gonna be 32 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, even get 2 and a half, gonna be 2. Red Cow's bringing that, guys. She's got a good heifer calf at side. 32 and a half, 5, 3,500, 3,500. 35 and 35 to get 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 3,500, 3,500. So 32 and a half, Chris 8. Did we ever sell that calf that we pulled here last week? Surely, huh? 120. 125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, to get 30, 25, to get 30, 25, going to be 35, 35, 35, 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, here, Booker, 135, 12. Remember that pair he get like, calf was messed up. Did we sell that calf last Tuesday?
One more.
Cows are 10 years old. They're 5 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 1,500, and 15 and a half, half and a half, half and a half, 16, and 16 and a half, here, 17, half, 18, half, 19, half, and 1950, and now 2, and 2,000, yet up here, 2,000, and 2,100, 100, here, now 2, 2,200, 22, Teddy, you're out, 22 to 3. 22 to get 3. Teddy, you're out. 22 to get 3. 2,300, Teddy. 2,300. 22 to get 3. 22 to get 3. 22 going to be 3. Chase, 2,200. William here, 35. Here, 35. And 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 50. And 37 and a half here and half. 40 to get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. You get 5. And 45, 47 and a half. 47 and 50. And half 50. To get 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 50. Now 5 and half 50. And half 50 to 50. To get 50. Here, Chris, 147 and a half. 22. A little bit lame, 120, 125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 20, now 5 here, 25, 25, 30, to get 30, and 2 and a half, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and 37 to 40, and now 40, to get 40, going to be 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, now 40 here, Canvas, 137 and a half. Ford Pond, $1.50. $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 90, going to be 200 now, 10, 220, and 220, 30, and 230, 40, we get 240, 50, we get 240, 50, and 40, 50, 60, 260, 260, 260, 55, 60, 260, now 5. 265, has it get a 5, 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 has it get a sold, 260, S, 11X. 2-year-olds, I thought you said 4. He did say 2. Hell, I can't hear or see today. Oh, he did say 4 and changed his mind. You remember that video I showed you this morning? You'll be on that plane. You'll be heading back for Christmas. I'll be home. I can see this video. It's funnier. She's 7 months bred. She's not, well, I think she's short bred. Send her the shoot, have her sell. We want to check her as soon as possible because the sale's about over, ain't it? Tell them we need to sell pregnant as soon as possible because the sale's about over. watch send it back out that way. Can they? No.
Come around the back though. There's nothing else over there. Those are sooner than
Make it here, 55. 55, 55, 55, 55, 7.5, 57, 57, 57, 60, and 2.5, bit of a 2.5, bit of a 2.5, bit of a 2.5, bit of a 2.5, good of a 2.5, good of a 2.5, 62.5 years old. 160, calf 3, 160. She's got a bump on my side. Dollar. 105, and a dollar 5, 105, bit of 5, 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 105, 105, 105, 105, 105, and $100 here. You got 50, now 5, 55, 60, now 5, now 70, now 70, and now 70, bit of 75, and 75, give 80, bit of 5, good to be 85, 90, bit of 95, bit of 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, and 95, and 95 here, 90, 95, bit of 95, shoulder 90, calf straight, 90, calf nothing. $10 years and 3 months. Dollar. 110. 110 and 10 here, $10 here, 110, 20, going to be 110, 20, going to be 110, 20, and 10, 20, going to get 10, 20, going to be 10, 20, going to be 110, 20, going to be 110, 20, sold, 110. Ricardo 10.
handful odds. I wasn't looking, but I think that's right.
Dollar, 105, and $100 here, $100 here, $100 5, $105, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, bit 5, get 5 here, dollar, and $5, $105, dairy, $1.06.
She's well sold. Look at that lava pouring out of her. Lava cake. Oh, we're disgusting.
Ooh, looky there, John.
We may break it again. Oh, 3-year-old.
Hey, she good enough to butcher? She about wheat.
I don't know. $1.50. 52 and a half, and 5, and 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, and £1.60 here, 160, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 72, 55, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 75, 75 here, sold 172.50, Chris 10. 120, 125, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 120, going to be 110, 110, 15 here, 110, 15 here, 15, and 10 and 15 here, 15, 20, 125, and 25 here, 5 here, sold 120, Booker 12. Find it always Antonio's cows that never get preg checked.
Wednesday
morning.
Wednesday morning. Yeah.
Yep.
Or Tuesday evening or Wednesday morning. Ben would be the best. Okay.
Yep. Bring them on.
Thank you.
It looks open. Looks like it. That's it. Thank you guys.
That's it, guys. All right. You cow guys, we'll see y'all back here in January. Y'all have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, guys, and we'll see y'all in a few weeks.
Did you get your cow slop?
Sure did. 3,000.